The systems that we're implementing today, tomorrow afternoon, you have to look for something else. And on that note, Kosgei, after you're done with your internship, come for the second internship with Diamond Trust Bank. Connect with me. She's touched my heart. True story of resilience. I don't know where you're interning currently. You can cut it short and join me tomorrow. We at the 4th C or the 5th? Now. Curiosity. Be someone who's curious. Curious. They said curiosity killed the cat, isn't it? They didn't tell us curiosity killed who? A human being, huh? It's a cat. Let's be curious. Just get to know what's happening around me. How can I become better? Why is somebody shining so much in that space and not me? Be curious. Who are your role models? What are they doing that makes you admire them? Start being curious. Students, I'm still at the student part. The 6th C, commitment. You need to be a committed person. If you go to the gym today, are you expected to see results tomorrow morning? What about next month? You keep doing it, isn't it? You get committed to the course. Whatever you're pursuing, get committed to it. If you're nurturing those soft skills that I was talking about, your character, some of us, maybe empathy, compassion, time management, everything just comes naturally. But to some of us, it's a struggle. And therefore, if it's a struggle, I need to be committed because I need it to work, isn't it? Maybe I do not know how to interact with my colleagues or with my fellow students, but because I'm so committed to become that person that I admire, you will get there. You can make a change, and the change starts with you, not your parents, not zetech. Zetech will lay the foundation of the technical skills, but when it comes to the softer skills, which most of the time is not even soft, actually I call them hard, because they are the most difficult things to ingrain in someone. So they are soft, yes, but very hard if you're not keen on nurturing them yourself. Last but not least, the 7th C that really will make you stand out, not just as a student, not just as a new employee in a bank or any organization. Consistency. Consistency will make you stand out. You are committed, then you become consistent. You could be committed this month, Sindio. You want to join maybe a club because you think it's interesting, but if you're not consistent, then you lose the game. So you want to thrive in a workplace, start nurturing consistency. Otherwise, it's also called as grit. Grit gives you the power to keep pushing. Grit gives you the power to keep doing what you're doing until you get it right. Ladies and gentlemen, students, as I finalize on that, I just want us to remember together, let's try the 7 C's. Let me see the students who are really, really awake when I was speaking. Number 1, the 7 C's that makes you stand out. 1. Are the parents the ones speaking or the students? Both. Support system, huh? Good. I hope it's both and we're okay. Content, courage, curiosity, commitment. Amazing. Thank you very much. To the students, the stage, or rather the employment space, it's quite ready for you. Get ready for the space. When it comes to you getting ready, I believe you're in the right space. I'm a mother of 4, 2 being young adults. And trust me, if I had a choice, I'll bring them here. One is doing IT, the other one is doing law. I'll bring them here because I think this is a place to be. To the students, to the parents, what's your role in ensuring that your students, or rather your children, can thrive in a workplace, or you are getting them ready for employability? 1, be their guide. Offer them that guidance. Most of the time they say kids or children don't listen to their parents. They do. Especially if you've nurtured that relationship with them, they're able to listen to you. People will always emulate what you're doing. You cannot talk of time management and you, the mother or the parent, umefika mkutano saa 7. The child has been looking for you. Ujafika. So those innate skills that you're talking about, the soft skills, starts with you. When they're selecting their courses, they're trying to identify who they are, the struggle that they go through. Don't force them to do a course. You wanted to become a doctor, yes. You didn't become one. Please don't force them to become doctors or lawyers, whatever it is. Just let them be. Help them to explore career exploration. What is career exploration? Let them get to understand whatever they want to pursue in details so that they can see the pros and the cons. Then you are able to have a very convergent views out of all that. And you'll be so surprised how they will turn out in terms of performance. Most of the time, what we think is a lucrative career ends up being very frustrating to the kids. I see them in employment. You force them to come into the banking space. They are not interested. Their hearts are somewhere else. What do? They resign before even the probation. And they tell you, this was my dad's choice. I'm not comfortable here. I want to go somewhere else. Imagine the time we wasted, 4 years. Maybe he was pursuing BCom and all that. That is happening. I go through that a lot. And that's why I stand here with a lot of authority and confidence to tell you that, yes, we can change the narrative as parents. Let children also be, let them be. In terms of work with them, do not force them to pursue careers that are not really from their hearts. What you can do from that front is explore that area, understand if it's law, what it entails, so that they can make that right decision. On the same career exploration, there are organizations like Diamond Trust Bank, where we have job shadowing. And I think, I'm certain, zetech, you normally get at least 10 slots. We do the intakes twice a year, and every intake we take 100 students across Kenya. We are the only bank, if not the only organization, having structured job shadowing program, where we take 200 students in a year, 1st January and the second lot in August. And we work with all the universities. Why do we do so? We do so because we believe we need to open our doors so that the students can get to have a feel of the profession that they're coming into. So if you're pursuing HR, you are able to come and sit with me or in the HR department. You get to see what happens in HR. This is year 1, year 2, year 3. Year 4 is quite late. They've already made up their minds. Then they make a choice whether they want to continue pursuing that course in finance or that course in law, legal department. And some of them actually do change their courses. Are we together? So we take 200 students. zetech, we partnered with you as well, being that you are key partners on Matters Financial Services. We are very happy and thank you for their support. We'll continue supporting you on the same front when it comes to nurturing the young adults. So they come and they get to learn different fields, bank operations, and that helps them to be future ready as well. Because you can imagine somebody pursuing what they really like. And if it's that, maybe it's a passion. Some don't even twist, they continue the same line, but they get to learn the interpersonal skills, how to interact, how to wake up every morning dressed in high heels. It's not easy. I saw Kosgei, keep it up. I'll continue referring to this girl. Very impressive. Some of them, the way they dress up day 1, and by the time they're done with job shadowing, a whole lot of difference in terms of, it's more of day and night. They come in a jumper and jeans, and we tell them this is not how to work, and this is not how to stand out as a candidate or to become future ready. So by the time they're leaving, they all look like Kosgei. Ladies and gentlemen, as you're doing that, why did I bring the issue of job shadowing? As a parent, get to know those kind of initiatives, which companies are doing that, and then collaborate with your universities. They're able, and the university here is zetech. Just check, why is my student maybe not getting a chance? What can I do differently? Because I don't think zetech will also front a name of a child who is not disciplined. Because you're very keen as a bank. Integrity to us matters, discipline, very, very key. So get to know that and how you can liaise with a team to get them on board. And based on that, maybe if I don't go, before I go further, zetech this time round, since I've come in person, I want to say 20 slots for you. And another 5 slots for internship. We'll continue working together, making sure that we nurture the young adults in the right direction. Very impressive work you're doing as well. Parents, you need to guide. I've talked about guidance. You need to help them in self-exploration. What is self-exploration? Exploration. Self-exploration is, what are the interests? What are the values? You've raised this child from a toddler's age to the time is now 18, 17, 16. You know them better. If they're very, do you say hyper? Very extroverted, you can guide them in that direction. Those are people who will really thrive in the marketing space, the PR space, the media space. Let them explore themselves, guide them. If they're introverted, very compassionate and all that, maybe the career is totally different. Could be nursing, could be all that. Help them to get to know themselves. What about the values? If he's a student who is really into, let's say, he loves matter spirituality, you can't expect them to work in Kenya Breweries or BAT. There's nothing wrong with those companies, but they will not thrive. Take you to the bank, and the bank is Diamond Trust Bank. They will not thrive. Those are the children who will resign the same day. They will see the, is it the tanker, the boilers, with all the spirits and the beers. They'll tell you, no, I can't stand the smell. True or false? Guide the students, guide the children based on their values, based on their interests. You want to keep them locked with money, volts, millions every single day, and it doesn't have that integrity. You've been fighting with them from the time they were in primary. They used to hide things from the house. Then you're telling me, you pursue banking and go and stay there in the vault. They won't survive. Year 1, they're already in jail, because matters fraud are really serious in this country. To the teachers, you are key stakeholders when it comes to matters of education and even sharpening the young adults into the thrivability space to make them future ready. I'll urge you to continue putting in the work, continue doing what you're doing. zetech, I might not have so much to tell you because you're already doing it. All you need to do is to supplement, complement what you already put in place, especially on matters networking. Very impressive. I have a network, and just about connecting individuals so that they can make impactful connections, and out of that, get out the best in them. Most of the time, the papers alone are never enough. It is who you know and who knows you, unfortunately. We're in that world as we speak. So continue connecting them, continue working with them, and mine is to encourage you. Ladies and gentlemen, as I wind up, I wish to give hope to the students, to encourage you that indeed you're in the right space, you're in the right space in terms of thrivability. All you need to do is just put in the work, especially on the soft skills that you talked about, the 7 C's, and may God bless you as you continue doing your part. To the parents, continue guiding the students in the right manner. Remember, these are our children, and we can make them to become the leaders of tomorrow. You and I are exiting this particular stage. Who are you leaving behind? What legacy are you leaving behind? That should be your main concern. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Madam VC, Deans of Student, the Corporate Affairs Director, I may not be able to mention all by names. Thank you very much for listening, parents, fellow congregation. Thank you very much. God bless you. Asanteni sana.
Wow, thank you so much, Madam Lillian. We are so honored. You have all had parents. We have someone with a job here already. So if our students are well, if they are well mentored, they can impress our employers that are seated here. So let us put our hands together properly for Lillian. Hep, hep. Tena. Funga. Fungua. So I'm going to call another employer here, and we are also hoping she will also extend another job. So, so she's a group human resource manager, Radio Africa Group. She's a seasoned HR professional with over a decade of experience across diverse sectors, including multinational corporations, private companies, and non-governmental organizations. Currently, she holds the esteemed position of Group Human Resource Manager at Radio Africa Group. She's dedicated to transforming workplace challenges into resounding success stories. Throughout her career, she has been fortunate to work with esteemed organizations such as Coca-Cola, Procter & Gamble, Oxfam, and World Vision Somalia. She holds a Bachelor of Commerce in Human Resource Management from Kabarak University and a higher national diploma in human resource from the Institute of Human Resource Management. She has also pursued a Master of Science in Human Resource Management from JQuat and achieved the distinction of being a Certified Human Resource Practitioner, that is CHRPK. She's currently furthering her academic pursuits at Zetech University, where she's pursuing a Doctor of Philosophy in Business Administration and Management. Beyond that, she's deeply passionate about human resource, advocating for healthy living, mental wellness, and women's support. She firmly believes that establishing equal opportunities in the workplace and fostering a diverse work environment are pivotal in attracting and retaining highly productive employees. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for CHRP Jemima Gode. Karibu Jemima.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon again. For me, I've been enjoying myself, learning from different people. And just to mention, I think the person who was making the lineup made a mistake because, you know, lawyers have the senior counsel and the counsel. So who am I to speak after the senior counsel? So, I mean, so in HR, we also have those. So Lillian is my senior counsel. So I'm happy to see you and humbled. I'm actually even fearful to speak because I am seeing my parents. When you are growing, long time when you are growing up, everyone who was your elder was your parent. I don't know about today, but I mean because I'm the older days. So these are all my parents who have shaped me to what I am today. I'll start by my story. And just to mention, when I was starting my Bachelor of Commerce, when I was studying, and I was doing my research, it's my father who was my lecturer and who was also marking my research. And I'd like to challenge parents here. Do you even know what your children or students are reading and are taking as their projects? Because my father was the first-hand supervisor before I could meet my school supervisor. So he led me through to that, and I used to present before him before I go to the lectures. And when I get there, I used to thrive. And he believed in me. So I'll not speak so much because Lillian has covered all that you are supposed to speak about. I was asked to speak about what is a career, and how can parents also help their students or children who have taken co-curricular activities to be their career? What is your role as the parent? So I must say that parents are the guidance first before the lecturers or before the teachers, because it is you to mold your child by what you do, what you say, and your affirmation to your child. If you don't do that, no one will do that for you. If my parents didn't see me as a professional, I would not be I was born in a bush those days, but my parents believed in me. My father was away the day I was being born. I was born in a bush, and it's a true story. And when he came back, he asked my mom, "What is the name you're giving to this child?" And my mom said, "Alvin." But my dad said, "No, let us agree on one thing. This child, I'm going to name her after those days there was no human resource managers. It was personnel managers." And he said, "I am going to name this child Jemima." Jemima is our personnel manager. She's a hard worker. She keeps time. She's on point. She has content and everything. So I grew like that with the affirmation from the parent. So he saw the manager when I was just 1 week old, and I've grown to be that. So today, I'm standing in the gap of parents, and I'm standing in the gap of students. I am a student here. And at the same time, for all the DVC and VC and in absentia, I am honored today to speak and just to encourage each other that nothing is impossible, even as parents. There was a Professor Kibaz. He was my VC when I was in Kabarak University. And when the school fees bit was being talked about, I pictured myself in Kabarak. During the examination period, if you've not cleared your school fees, you are always worried as a student because you don't know whether you'll sit for the exams or not. So we kept on going to his office when my parents delayed to pay the school fees, of course, because of different challenges, and asked him to allow us to sit for exams. So as parents here, I just want to encourage all of us that whenever it is possible to pay school fees, can let us do it on time, because that also helps the students to just focus on their studies and to get comfortable during the exam period. So that's what I'll tell you about the parents. And when it comes to honoring and just accepting the route that your children are taking, if someone wants to become a footballer, your role is to help them and have the balance. The education is not everything. Because today, you can be educated and have even PhD and you're not in the office, you're not doing anything. But if you can have a balance and say that education also helps us to give us more opportunities at workplace, it will be very important as parents to encourage your children or your students to continue doing what they like. At Radio Africa, I must say that zetech has been a beneficiary in terms of internship. And as I stand here, and as the head of HR, I must say that the best performing students or the best performing employees are from zetech University. Right now, we have like 15 employees from zetech University. And when it comes to performance in management, you find that they're the outstanding students. So what we are saying is true. This is really the right place to bring your children, and you have not made a mistake. Even for me, to have accepted to do my PhD here, I had to do my research because it's not something that is easy, that you just come and pick any institution and do your PhD there. A lot of people ask me, why do you do your PhD at zetech? And I tell them, do you know about zetech? I'm preparing and I'm inventing myself. And today, I come to encourage you that this is the right place to be. And for those here, parents who are aspiring to be doctors, kindly join us in our class. And I want to also talk about the experience in the PhD class. It is world class. It is comfortable, it's close to one-on-one, and the lecturers there are wonderful. And it's more of, the approach is a one-on-one level, and it is an open space where students are also allowed to just share their ideas, and it's more of collaboration and discussion. So it's not the usual class, but we collaborate a lot, we discuss a lot, and even sometimes we meet physically here at the campus, and most of the classes are online. So I'd like to encourage even the parents who are aspiring to be doctors that this is the best place to be. I also said that when it comes to students or children who are aspiring to take their co-curricular activities as their career, as a parent, you need to have an open communication just to understand why, and also just to bring your end of the story of why you think they should do this. But remember, balance is key. Then, for the students who are also in the school and are aspiring to take their co-curricular activities to the next level, it is very important that you network. For example, in the business school, we have the Diamond Trust here, and even Radio Africa. You just ensure that you align your passion and your activities towards that. Do the networking when there are conferences, ensure that you join and all that. So that then now you can now open your mind and know the right direction to follow. For the students, when you get the roles, when you get the jobs, or when you are still doing your internship, that is the time as HR we recruit. Internship for me as a HR practitioner, I take it as a recruitment source, because when you see a student carrying out themselves during the internship, of course that is what they will be when they become the employees. And so to say again at zetech, most of the students who come from here, we employ them when they come back. And sometimes we even engage them before they come back to work. So some of them even do their evening classes as they work with us. So when I see the media team here, I'm very much impressed. So if you believe you can manage a social media page, you can cut photographs and do video, we are today looking for a social media executive assistant. If you can give me a CV now, today, when I'm still in this compound, please, that job is yours. Secondly, internship from Radio Africa, of course, we don't pay, but sometimes we facilitate your transport fee and all that. And sometimes I see parents struggling, and this is just to remind you that Radio Africa is known to be giving internship to all the media students, because we are a media industry, nothing much, but media industry. We can't get more than that, because now we dwell with the news, we deal with the writers and presenters and all that. So when they fall in that category, that's when we just minimize. And we normally just take 10 to 15 after every 3 months. So we do it after every 3 months, so which means in a year you have like four slots. So just ensure that you do the right thing and also network accordingly. So, when children or when students demonstrate a passion and talent for their co-curricular activities that could potentially turn into careers, it is important that we embrace that. Today, even I am a mother of one. If I ask my 7-year-old child, what would you like to become in future? They already know what they want to become. And I'm sure when you hear children saying, for example, what would you like to become in future? A footballer. What do you say as parents? There's always question marks, like footballer. And then also for young kids, what do you like to become? A policeman. Then you ask why? To shoot people. So you see, they need to be guided and all that, but at the same time, we need to also embrace that. As a parent, my son is 7 years old, but he already has like 15 medals in swimming at 7 years old. Because he loved swimming, we embraced it, and he's becoming like a professional swimmer at 7 years old. But that doesn't mean that I'm not taking him to school. I do take him to school. But at the end of the day, he's already been recognized by clubs, and people are ready to even sponsor. So it is important that you also just embrace. If your child today comes and tells you, I want to become a singer, what will you say? You'll not embrace it. The only thing you can do is to have that discussion and balance around, and just ensure that you balance the two as you as you sing, make sure you also get your A's. As you sing, make sure you also follow the rules of the game and ensure that you graduate and finish, so that then it also opens for you some other doors in future. So that is also very important. When they come to you, you might think that now, if they join journalism club or maybe football club, and at the same time they're required to travel and all that, just have one-on-one and have financial planning and ensure that it is balanced so that not any other side is affected. Because today there's this notion that goes Gen Zs, Gen Zs, Gen Zs. I'm sorry to say, but I'm a lover of Gen Zs, maybe because of the industry I work for, because I work with the young people. They change our mind. They remind us on what we're supposed to do, and they show us the way. They don't fear. As opposed to us, when you are growing up, you're not supposed to talk, you're not supposed to say anything. But when you just want to open up and say your mind, you are categorized and you are being told that you are rude and all that. Just be very open to them. At least they'll be sharing with you what they want. They'll not be hiding. So if you put that down and you kill it, you are also killing the passion. Because if you kill the passion of the child, even the focus on the academics will die. So it is very, very important to do that. And then, when they do well, both in school and also in their co-curriculum activities, and just ensure that you celebrate the milestone. Recognize them and celebrate the milestone. Just don't ignore, because this is not academic, I will not celebrate. This is academic, I will celebrate, so that they know the importance of the two. So it is very, very important. And for that, because I know many has been said, guiding and counseling has been given, information has been shared and all that, if I keep on talking, I will be repeating myself. I'll just stop by saying that as parents and as students, and even for those who are just here to graduate in the few months to come, this is something I normally say. You are the creator of your own results. You create it by what you say, by what you do, and how you do it. If today, as a student, you get an internship opportunity, or you get a role to do, it is important that you do it with a lot of dignity, with positivity is key, and commitment and consistency is very key. Why? Because if you don't do it like that, you will be attracting the negativity. So positive begets positive. Negativity begets negativity. So it is important that you bless what you are, and at the same time, it is very, very important that you watch what you say, how you do it, even as parents, what you tell your children, what you instill in them. That is what is going to make them future ready as well. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Madam Jemima. Si mmesikia tumepata kazi ingine. Don't let her go without your CV. Follow her. Those students who are here, make sure you follow her. So we are going to put our hands together for her. And I want to continue appreciating you for being patient. We are almost done. So again, hep hep. Tena. Funga. Fungua. See, isn't it amazing that people are getting jobs here today? Some people are going to live with jobs. That is very amazing. Thank you to you, Madam Jemima and Lillian. We thank you so much for your generosity. So I want to invite our last speaker of the day. So you see, tunamalizia. Thank you so much for being patient. So let us listen to our very own, who is a professor of psychology. We are going to give him a few minutes so that he tells us how we can be able to handle these young adults that we have here, so that they can be able to even capture the attention of these employers, like we have seen with our young daughter there. So put our hands together for Professor Owen as he comes here.
So sorry to interrupt the program. One of our guest speakers would want to leave, and she had traveled from the Lake region today for this particular meeting. Luckily, she didn't come empty-handed. She came with a lot of goodies, and for that reason, you will allow us to recognize her with a token of appreciation, and I want to call her to stage. I also want to call Madam DVC to stage. Rosa, please hand over the gift. Yeah, so that she can receive a token of appreciation on our behalf, all of us. Ni vizuri hata si tumshukuru. Si ametufanyia maneno mazuri. Internship opportunities, job opportunities, partnership opportunities. Yes, so the media team, I hope you are ready. Yeah, so thank you very much, Lillian. Tumpigie makofi. You know, you keep clapping until it is your time. Yeah, we appreciate, and we are going to work going forward. Thank you very much. So, Professor Wayne, you may proceed. And sorry for that interruption.
Okay, our Deputy Vice Chancellor, our Chief Guest, our distinguished parents, my colleagues, and the students who are here, good afternoon. Good afternoon. I don't know whether it was a conspiracy of the MCs to ensure that I will speak when people are tired and hungry. I will deal with that matter later. But for now, I will not speak for a long time because of the way time has gone, and I know that there are some people who came very early here and they are tired. I'll be brief. I was asked to talk to you about emerging issues in young adults parenting, taking into cognizance that the students we have here are individuals who are leaving the teenage age and going into young adult life. That is a topic that we can talk about until the cows come home, but I will keep my points brief. I will start with the challenges that these young adults are facing today. Amongst the challenges that they are facing today is lack of role models. When you look around in our society, do we have role models? Huh? Do we have role models? They are limited. And they are limited because us, the generation, this generation of ours, we have not done very well in this country to be good role models. When you look at the state of our nation, the corruption, the crime, the divorce rates, those are not positive things for any young person to admire. In fact, I can tell you that one of the things that these young people abhor today is marriage. Because when they see how their mothers are being treated by their fathers, how their uncles are being treated by their aunts, then they shudder at thinking that they can go into that space. And these young people are also lacking confidence. Many of them, a good number are confident, but a good number are not confident, because probably at home we have not we have not given them that push to become confident to do something. You find that one of these students will walk into an office and they are not able to express themselves with regard to what they need. So we need to inculcate confidence in them. They have to become go-getters. They are also poor in communication. The other day, our DVC posted in one of our staff WhatsApp groups a student who is applying for internship. I hope it was not to Radio Africa, madam. This student just wrote a message on WhatsApp to the HR director and said, nadai attachment hapa kwenu. Now, I think even if we teach people to be brief and to the point, it had been stretched quite far. That is one of the longest short statements of asking for a job that I have ever had. So now, we need to have a clarity of mind when you are asking for a job. So we need to mentor these young people so that they can know how to approach an employer, how to approach a potential business partner, etc. One other thing that we are having as a challenge for young people is comparison by parents. And social comparison is common in human beings, but the way it is done, especially at home, can be very bad. Because you have an elder, a child, other than the one who is in zetech, you have an older child who went a different path, probably even to a different university. And these two children are worlds apart. One child is very innovative, probably even started a small business when they were in the university, got money, have gotten a job very quickly after university. And this one, who is now currently in zetech, is not following the same path. So you want to compare them, but you are comparing in a negative manner. Why can't you be like your sister and make some money and help us here at home? Why can't you be like your sister who started working while she was still in the university? But the circumstances are not the same for these two children. For instance, a student who is taking architecture or engineering can very easily find kibarua jobs by the time they are in that year. And they will be doing projects for big architects at the engineering firms in the evening or on Saturday or on Sunday. Now, compare that with my student who is taking Bachelor of Education Arts. Which school is going to give him or her kibarua teaching in the evening or on Saturday? There is none. So as we look at our children, let us consider the circumstances. Let us also consider, if you have one child who is very good and innovative in business, don't think that all of them will be like that. They are very different. They are very different in terms of their personality and in terms of their orientation. Peer pressure is also one of the challenges, and this is because they influence one another in thought and in deed, and we need to control social pressure, peer pressure, especially when it is going in the wrong direction. Combined with that is social media, because they see a lot of things in social media, and our social media is rotten. And I keep telling these young people that 75 or 80% of what you see on social media is a lie. It's only 20% which is correct. When you see people flossing big monies and all that, those are not normal people. Somebody who can take you to his bedroom to show you that the whole room is covered with 1,000 Kenya shillings notes is not a normal person. That is not somebody to emulate. Some of their friends whom they were with in high school went to Qatar and Dubai to live there or to work there. And then they are posting big duplexes and mansionettes and saying, this is what God has done for me. And your child here starts getting stressed over somebody who just took a neighbor's house and they posted it on internet. So we need really to control the consumption or the interpretation of what these young adults are consuming on the internet. Because of those challenges, we are having a lot of cases of drug use amongst these young people. Crime, let me tell you that those vijanas who do kupiga geta, most of them in this Nairobi metropolis are between 15 and 19 years of age. An old man like me, siwezi piga mtu geta, where will I start? But these young people, they have the strength, yeah? They have the audacity to put a sword through the trouser to hide it there, or that piece of bow that they use to pick a getter. I know some of you are suspecting I have some experience. But it is young people who will be able to do that. We are also having a lot of cases of suicide. We are also having a lot of cases of homicide. And we are having disrupted education and recreation. We are also having a lot of sleep disorders amongst our learners. And we are also having very poor performance in their academic work, interviews, presentations, and so on. So we need to guide them. And today they have been told very many good things by the employers about how they should prepare if it is to go for a job, how they should dress, the presentation. So we also having poor socialization. A human being is generally born social, but we are having people now who are socializing with the gadgets instead of socializing with the fellow human beings. It is a disaster that you are seated in the sitting room in your house, you and your spouse, and your 3 children. One is seated at the corner there, the other one at another corner, and another one in the bedroom. And when this one wants to tell that other one something, instead of talking, because they are all on Instagram and WhatsApp, they write a message. Where is your charger? So how are they, what kind of beings are we producing with all this social media? We are producing social misfits, people who don't even know how to talk to one another. During our time when we were courting, if you invited a girl to buy her chips and the chicken, when you are a bit moneyed, which was rare, you went and sat in a cafe or a restaurant, and you took chips and chicken for 3 hours. True? Why? Because the important thing was to talk. You have to hammer the points home. Isn't that the case? Yeah? Now today, you see 2 young people going on a date. They sit on a table. Huyu anafungulia simu na huyu anafungulia simu. When the chips and the chicken come, one hand and one eye is on the phone. Then the other hand and the other eye is on the food. And at the end of a 3-hour date, they will not have talked 2 sentences. So, socialization is lacking. That is something that we need to mentor these young people about responsible use of the technology that is around us. The technology is good, but it is also killing our human interaction. Even you, the parent, don't just be sending M-Pesa. Encourage that when M-Pesa is received, a call comes to tell you, mzee, asante nimepata pesa. Because some of you parents, M-Pesa, WhatsApp, M-Pesa, WhatsApp. Then a whole semester ends, you have never heard your daughter's voice. Are we doing well? You also need to do surprise calling so that you hear the music on the background, kama ni ya room, ni ya TV, ni ya quiver, ama ni ya mahali ingine. So that you ask, where are you? Why is there music during class time? Why am I hearing music? Class time. Why am I having a sense that you are on top of a doodie that is speeding and you are supposed to be in class? You know, those are the kind of questions you should be. Yes. So, these people, they don't want to marry, they don't want to have children, and they are making very poor decisions on their diet because of Grovo. So the girls are asking, why learn how to cook when there is Grovo? And the boys are also asking the same. So those are the consequences that we must deal with. So for a parent, please be a friend to your child, be available to them, guide and counsel them because you have experience in life, be a mentor to them. And to be a mentor, you must not be on the same career line with them. You are mentoring them to be human beings. And you have a lot of experience in being human. Be a model. Be a role model. Be somebody who can be emulated in the way you behave. Don't tell your child to dress decently and you don't dress decently. Don't tell your child not to be violent and you are violent at home. Don't tell your child not to use vulgar language and that is the language you use at home. Can you be somebody who can be emulated? Give real life experiences to your children so that they know that life is not easy. You heard during the panel discussion, there is a girl who said here that they want to graduate tomorrow, and the next day they drive, and the next day they have a 5-bedroomed house. Mulisikia hiyo story? Yes, it is us to tell them those things only exist in the movies. Here, in this hard world that was created by God, you have to work. And you have to take time before you can make it. Accept their flaws and help them to accept them too. If your child is not good in mathematics, don't use hard words. Tell him or her you are good in geography. So we will look for a career that is geographical and not mathematical. Okay? Don't cheat children that you are the one who topped your schools from nursery school to university. Because one day they will find your certificate. Like that man who found a certificate on a report card on the dining table, and the son was generally around. So he started quarreling him. Why are you getting E's and D's? So he quarreled the son, and the son was just looking at him. Then when he finished quarreling him and telling him how stupid he is not working hard in school, he asked, you are not going to say anything about that? Then he said, Dad, these are not my results. It's your report card I found when I was cleaning. Huh? Reduce pressure from the young adults to perform. They need to perform, but the pressure should be just adequate. Just adequate. I'm not saying that they be on a free mode. No, pressure, but pressure with limit. Avoid intra-family comparison. Don't compare children. All of us are born unique. Even you don't look like your brother. You are also not in the same career with your sister. Just the way you are different from your brothers and sisters, even your children equally will be different in many ways. Avoid social comparison and sibling comparison in the same breath. Do not impose a career or a career choice or direction on your child. Yeah. When we were growing up, our teachers and our parents had this bias on sciences. And so they kept asking us, now because you are passing in Kiswahili and history, and you are failing in biology, hizi zitakupeleka wapi? We used to be told those kind of stories. And you find that at the end of the day, is it all students who are good in science who pass, or who become successful? I have seen a drunkard of a math teacher. Have you? I have seen a drug addict of a doctor. Have you? Huh? Yes. They are all there. But I have seen successful people who are in the arts, in business, in music, in journalism, and what have you. So do not impose a direction on your child. I'll end with this small story. There was a young man who wanted to become a pilot. His father was a doctor, and he wanted to become a pilot. So when he declared that that is what he wants to do, the father told him, this is a family of doctors. Your great-grandfather was a doctor. Your grandfather was a doctor. I am, and therefore without even any negotiation, you will be a doctor. So this young man, he didn't have an option because he was dependent on the father. So he went to university and studied medicine, and he did very well. He qualified among the top students in the class. And when he graduated, he went home with a certificate and gave it to the father. And the father was very happy that his son graduated not only as a medical doctor, but top of his class. Then when the father was finished with the congratulations, the young man told him, I'm going to leave this certificate with you because this degree is not mine, it is yours. I told you that I wanted to be a pilot, and you denied me an opportunity to do that. So now I have graduated, I have done your wish. But because of being the top medical student, the university has given me a slot for a scholarship. And I have requested the university that I go back to undergraduate studies to study aviation instead of a master's degree in medicine. So the father was very, very, very annoyed, like many of our fathers would be, or like many of the fathers who are here would be. And this young man, he went back to university to study aviation, and the father never spoke to him one single time throughout the time of his degree in aviation. He never even asked how he was, but he was on a full scholarship, so he didn't need the father to study aviation. So he completed his degree and his technical work, and he qualified as a pilot, and he looked for a job and he got one because he was in a top university. And the father was told by the mother that your son has gotten a job. He said, what is he doing? He's a pilot with one of the top airlines. Then he said, a pilot is just like a driver. So if it is not medicine, I don't want to hear about it. So anyway, to cut the story short, what happened, you know, mothers have a way of reconciling fathers and their sons because they use emotional intelligence, not muscles. So this mother saw an advert on the newspaper of a flying doctor's job. There was a company that needed doctors to go across borders, but they also needed doctors who could fly planes. So he called the son and they told him, there is a job here for doctors who can fly planes. And since you have both qualifications, I think you are the right guy for this job. Then the son said, I am a qualified doctor. I will work as a doctor for as long as I will have a chance to also be flying planes. So he got the job. And eventually, because of a good mother's heart, the son and the father could talk. Because the mother went to the father and told him, your son has changed his mind. He is now a doctor. Thank you very much, and have a good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Prof. So we are still going. Are we happy? Tumeambiwa kitu kizuri hapo, Don't tell your kids what to do, So kawaida, hep hep. Tena. Funga. Fungua. So we have said that speeches are over, but there is someone I want him to come and say hello to us, because you remember we talked about the issue of school fees. We don't want our kids to get stressed because hatujalipa school fees and all that. And we said as zetech universities, we have solutions for almost everything. Simumeona hata wengine wanatoka na kazi. So now we have a partner here he's the head of education sector at Diamond Trust Bank. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Maurice Kahara. Let him tell us how he can give you school fees.
The DVC, the university academic staff, our parents, good afternoon. Mine will be very, very brief because our HR director was here and talked about what Diamond Trust Bank is. Mine is just to share with you the solutions we have for education, particularly the area that the Vice Chancellor talked about, the pain point in terms of paying of school fees, your university fees. Maybe you are not able to get the fees in time. Diamond Trust Bank has come up with a product that is housed under one of our product sector known as the DPD Academy. DTB Academy is not a school, but it's where we have put education solutions. And there are many, but I'll just talk about one, which is most relevant to you as parents. So what we have done, we have come up with a unique way of paying school fees on your behalf to the university. Then we can be left with you as you pay slowly by slowly. We structure your repayment slowly by slowly in a very pain-free way, because this is a new product and I'll tell you even the rates that we are giving. So it's a school fees facility that we give you without asking you for security, so it's unsecured. and we are able to give up to 1 million Kenya shillings per student. Only what we require from the parent, if you're employed, we just require 3 months pay slip just to show that you are able to repay, or if you're in business, 6 months bank statements from where you bank. And we pay within 72 hours, and that money is remitted to the bank account of the university, and your student or your child can remain in the university as you can look for money and pay the bank. You don't need to struggle and look for many other alternatives because we have this. And the second one is about how you keep your students or your kids in the university in terms of the pocket money. We have, again, a solution for that where you can be able to be loading money and sending to your son or your daughter without necessarily sending money on their phone or, cash. What we have prepaid cards that we give to your students, and you can be able to be loading pocket money straight from your phone when you're at home. And the good thing is that as a bank, we are able to send you alerts, and you can be able to know what your son or your daughter is spending with the money that you have, sent to him or her. You're able to see he went to the supermarket, bought 1, 2, 3 things, so you can be able to monitor and also be able to load before maybe they get out of cash. Number 3, we have an education savings plan, which is also very good. You can start saving between 5 and 20 years, and by the time your son or your daughter is getting to the university, the bank will pay full fees for you, and you'll be, good to go without stress. So ideally, that's what the bank has. I would encourage you to get more information from us. We have a big team behind there at the tent. You can also interact with us as you're having your lunch. We have a big team that will give you more information. But in case you'd like even to contact us in future or after this, you can write our number and our email. You can send an email to us, and I'll get it. It's schools@dtbafrica.com. schools@dtbafrica.com. If it is you want to contact us, send a message or call us. It's 0719 031 888 or 0732 121 888. So for all your school solutions, call us at DTB. We have solution for everything. Even if you do supplies to schools, supplies to education institutions, we have solutions for that. So because of time, thank you for so much for that, and asanteni sana.
Yes, so you have heard now. So next time, we don't want to see students not sitting for their exams because there is no school fees. Because he's here and he's willing, like he has said, they have a table there, so he should be able to give you all the information you need. And now, we are coming to the end of our session, but I wanted to let you know we are on all social media platforms. Take time to take a selfie, post it there, tell people that you are here, and you can even tag us, #zetech University. Let people know uko hapa zetech, and we are very grateful to have you. Now, I want to invite Dr. Wycliffe Otieno to give a closing remark. Karibu, Doctor. Before we get the closing remark, I just wanted to let you know that we have our heads of departments. They are in rooms PG 1, 2, 3. And also, if you see anybody wearing the zetech University t-shirt at the back, they'll show you where our heads of departments are. You can be able to ask any question that you have, because we were not able to have the Q&A session due to time. but you can be able to get all the answers to your questions. Just meet them there. And after this, we will have our lunch. You can choose to go upstairs to the auditorium, or you could have the serving points where we had our breakfast this morning. So you can choose where you are most comfortable. So let us hear from Dr. Wycliffe.
To the VC in absentia, the DVC, the members of the Board of Trustees present, our valued parents, and the distinguished guests. Good afternoon. Are you happy to be here? Do you find the time that you spent today valuable in your life? You do? Thank you very much. So, on behalf of Zetech University, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for your presence here today. We really value you, and we don't take it for granted that you got time to be with us. First and foremost, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to our distinguished speakers for their insightful presentation and valuable contribution. Did you like the discussions we had? You did? Were you informed? You are. May I also say a big thank you to the organizing committee and all the staff, members who worked tirelessly to make this event a success. Parents, do you find this event a successful one? You know, in the old days, when our parents, especially our mothers, prepared sumptuous meals, we used to talk of chapati and beans, ugali on meat or on chicken. You would be sent to call your siblings for lunch or for supper, and your siblings would be playing somewhere. You are not allowed to go and tell them that, Barak, Mom is calling you for lunch. That was illegal. What you're supposed to do is to go and say, Barak, shauri yako. So what has happened today is that we've been informed that the sumptuous meal is there and everybody knows about it. So you're most welcome. So I do think and I feel that parents see that really the money that they bring in Zetech really does a good job. Do you? Now, to the dear parents, thank you for your unwavering support and trust in Zetech University. Your involvement and commitment play a crucial role in the success of our students and our institution at large. To our stakeholders, your continued support and partnership are vital to our growth and success. We are grateful for your contribution and collaboration all the time. Today's discussion have highlighted important milestones, future plans, and collective efforts required to achieve our goals. We are committed to implementing insights and feedback shared today. We look forward to your continued support and engagement in the future. Together, we can achieve greater heights and ensure success to our university and our students. Once again, thank you all for your presence and participation. Your dedication and commitment to Zetech University are deeply appreciated. Before I can let you go home, our speakers today really dug deep into giving us insights. And one of the reflections I made was during the creation. I'm going to make a reference on the religious books. I'm a Christian. So God made the creations in 6 days, right? Day 1 to day 5, God created other things that we see on earth. And then on day 6, God created man, right? On day 7, God took a rest. So on day 1 to day 5, God was making systems that were going to maintain man on earth, and God did not have to come back to provide resources to human beings. That's why today it will rain, but God does not have to physically send rain to us. That's why today you've planted seeds. In a few months, you are going to reap some harvest, is it? So dear parents, you are here because you have created and still in the process of creating systems. You are making the futures of the daughters and sons that we are also mentoring in this institution. And we really urge you to keep up the faith because the systems are going to work. In zetech, we are future ready and we always make it work because we are. Dear parents, I wish you all a safe journey back home. Looking forward to seeing you again here. If not next year, then you are going to bring us a new student. God bless you all, and you're welcome once more.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Daktari. So before we say our closing prayer, I want to invite our DVC for 1 minute.
Okay, without splitting hair, dear parents, I really want to appreciate your being here, but I also want to talk to our parents. You know, sometimes it's not very good for your child to catch up. You're sitting there, you have a first degree. You have a chance to do our MBA. You're seated there, you have an MBA. You have a chance to do our PhD. So you can also get more information there. Our courses are online. You can actually study from wherever you are, if you have some little money to spare. I don't want you to be like what our speaker, Dr. Wycliffe, has said, Barak, shauri yako.
So we would like to invite Jemima to stage to come and receive a token of appreciation. Thank you very much, Jemima, for finding time. Our PhD student, somebody employing. If you listen to Classic 105, Kiss FM, Radio Jambo, she is the person who recruits for that talent. One of the students who reads news there is a student from this university, employed by Jemima. I didn't know that there were so many. Thank you very much, and we are looking forward to the continued support. Asante sana.
Thank you so much. So I would want to request one of the parents to volunteer to say a prayer. You're going to pray for our departure, and even you pray for the food. So as we go to eat, these people that are on this line, you can follow this route and go upstairs so that we make things easier. Go to the auditorium. Then these people that are here at the front, there is a door just right here. So you'll just go in there. You eat your food from there. Then the people that are seated at the back, just go around and enter the other serving point. I think that will make us a bit more organized. So who can volunteer to say a prayer, a closing prayer for us, and also pray for the food? Yes, we have a volunteer there. Thank you very much.
Hai, tusimame tuombe. Ni asante Mungu Baba kwa wakati mwema ambao mfalme umetuleta mara hapa pamoja, ili mfalme wa ajabu tukaweze kuzungumzia kuhusu masomo ya watoto wetu. Ni asante Baba kwa sababu tunajua kuna mengine mengi ambayo hatujaweza kuzungumzia, lakini Baba twajua wayajua na utayaweka maanani katika maisha ya watoto wetu. Baba, ni asante, pokea shukrani zetu Bwana. Ni asante kwa sababu ulituleta kila mmoja wetu kutoka mbali. Kuna wengi walitoka Mombasa, Rift Valley, to the far end, northeastern, Isiolo, like where I came from. Baba wa mbinguni, ni asante kwa sababu ulituwezesha tukafika hapa tukiwa salama wa salamini. Tunashukuru kwa sababu ya fraternity of teachers in zetech University. They have done good job. Baba wa mbinguni, twauliza baraka tele zikawe miongoni mwao. Mfalme wa ajabu, tunajua wametenda kazi nzuri wakiwa katika mwongozo wako Bwana. kawape pia yale hawajajua wakaweze kuyajua, ndiposa wakaweze kudisclose towards our students here. Mungu ajabu, pale tumefika kiwango kingine ambao Baba tumeandaliwa vyakula vya kutosha. Baba, kabariki kile tunaenda kula kikawe cha kutujenga kiafya na hata spiritual warfare. Mungu ajabu, tutakapo achana, wacha tukaachane miri, lakini roho zetu zikabakie zimeshikanishwa na Roho wako Mtakatifu. Ili Baba, wakati mwingine tutakapo kuwa tunakutana tena, tukawe tunakuja kushukuru kwa yale mengi na mema ambayo yatakuwa yametendeka kwa watoto wetu katika Kristo. Baba, tunaomba na kuamini. Amina. Sorry, majina ni Anthony Majao Mudhuri from Isiolo. Baba wa Emmanuel Mongera, Thandia, International Relations and Diplomacy. Nashukuru sana, nimeshukuru. Nasikia kuja kusoma hapa. Asante.
Thank you so much. We are free to go and have our lunch and network.